You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were bold, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning. Oh, the more I see that intro, the more I want to fix it. I definitely see some editing mistakes. I need to fix that. It's going to bother me. I know you guys are going to be like, don't mess with that, Bendy, but it's going to bother me. I'm going to mess with it on a side quest. Okay. Like it's not going to interfere with anything that we're currently doing. I'm not going to be behind because I'm messing with the, intro. Okay. There's just some tiny little editing things that need to be just adjusted. All right. So just to recap for everybody, good morning. I am so glad everybody is here. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys had a great Thursday afternoon and evening. It is Friday. The weekend is upon us. I did go over to my daughter's house last night because the chicken nugget pot pie. And if you're new to the channel, I will never say my granddaughter's name. I nicknamed her Chicken Nugget Pot Pie a long time ago, like when she was an itty bitty baby. But then I added the Esquire at the end of it because she's such a good little, she's great at debating, and I want her to be a little attorney. But whatever she ends up being, I will be perfectly happy with. But anyway, she FaceTimed me yesterday and she said, Granny, can you come over? And I said, yes. And so I went over last night and I heard all about her first day of school and how fun it was. And she made friends, which if you guys are new to the channel, you might not know this, but my little Chicken Nugget Pot Pie Esquire was born with an autoimmune disease. She has systemic juvenile arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, systemic juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. And she also has, because of the medications that she takes for that, she also has some lung issues. Okay. So she's very, we weren't sure if she was going to be able to be attending school, quite frankly. And the fact that she is, and she's made friends, and she had a fantastic first date Sorry, looking at the chat kind of halfway and catching bits and pieces and obviously putting words together in my brain that are not even in the chat. Fantastic. Way to go, Bindi. Her first day of school. So just knowing all of that, just it makes my granny heart super happy. And the fact that she calls me granny is funny to me as well, because I'm a relatively young grandmother. I mean, I'm only 50 years old, so I'm not even 50 yet. I won't be 50 till January. But I've been practicing at this last half of the year saying that I'm 50 because it seems so difficult to say. So I'm just so proud of her, and I'm just so happy, and I couldn't be more excited that she's in school. It's just you guys, like, it's such a big deal. It's a big deal when any little munchkin starts school, but but her set of circumstances, it just makes it extra. All right. So now that all of that is out of the way, let's talk about this trial. Let's talk about what we came here to talk about. Okay. So I have been this morning, I did sleep in, but I did do some research. Okay. Oh, thank you, Shamita. Thank you for gifting Jules, babe. I appreciate that. Thank you. Silver Star. Love it. Thank you. What was I saying? Okay. So I did do some research this morning. And what's interesting to me, this is how we're going to start today. Okay. Because I understand why and that people feel some type of way about Patrick Clancy. But the fact of the matter is, Patrick Clancy is not the one that's on trial. Lindsay is. Okay. And while I appreciate people's opinions, and I'm going to address all of the issues and the side eye surrounding Patrick, what I really want to talk about is what's pertinent to this case. That is the medications and the timeline, because the evidence that has been presented thus far in the case, and this makes me I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie, because I was able to, and this is something the jury is not going to be able to do. They're not allowed to do any independent research once they get back to the deliberation room, okay? They are only going to be allowed to go off of the testimony and exhibits provided. And the way that Lindsay's medication list has been provided so far through testimony is very complicated and can be interpreted and has been interpreted by the state in one way and the defense in another way. And I'm very curious how the jury is going to interpret that themselves, because I'll tell you how I did it. So this is what I did. I went to the Chat GPT. Now, I know that the Chat GPT is not, you have to check it. You absolutely do. So, and also, learning to use Chat GPT takes a little bit. Okay. AI is learning. They learn from you. They're learning all the time. I do have reservations about AI because Skynet, if you're a Gen Xer, even some millennials might know. Anywho, so what I did was I asked ChatGPT to provide me a comprehensive list of all of the medications that Lindsay Clancy was taking in chronological order. So it went through 11 billion, everything that's publicly available. That's what it does. And it gave me a table. But because Chat GPT, I've used it for so many things, not really like research on a case. Mainly, what I've used it for is coming up with prompts to create the aesthetic for the intro that I have. And so I guess through that, it kind of quote unquote knows me. Okay. So once it did that, then and it gave me a complete breakdown, explained everything, all the things, right? Um, but what it also did is it gave some ways that this information has been interpreted, and that the the interpretation of some of the medications, for example, the amount dispensed versus the amount possibly taken and then the amount left over, right? So what they did, so in the testimony, what it was, oops, I banged my desk. Sorry about that. In the testimony, what it was she asked, all right, well, when was, how many were prescribed? How many were left in the pill bottle? Then they obviously did simple math, that's subtraction. And then that is how it was interpreted, how many she took or didn't take. So let me show you the graphic first, okay? That the Chat GPT made for me based on all of this. Can you guys see that? Is that hang on a minute. My little mini Bendy is texting me, and I'm going to just let me respond to her. She needs me, and you know how it is when you're a mom. Okay. All right. Now, based on all, this is the graphic based on all of that information. Okay. And it's important to understand and interpret these medications correctly. And that's going to be, and this is going to be very difficult for the jury. Okay. And there is also within just chat GPT also wasn't sure, should, cause there's questions. She incorporated Benadryl at one point, right? Well, Benadryl is not something that was prescribed to her. That's an over-the-counter medicine. So should it be included? Because she did that on her own. And then Dr. Tufts was like, okay, if that's working for you. Okay. All right, Teacup, I have a graphic for the timeline, and I wanted to see what ChatGPT would do, and I looked at it, and I'm curious because I did it like I was mainly curious about the medications, but they made me a timeline as well. So we'll see what ChatGPT says about that. So TK in Texas asks, so what happens if he did do it, Bendy? Like what happens next? Nothing? Well, Patrick has never been charged. with anything. And this is what's interesting about the way that this case is being presented. Okay. So let me take this graphic down really quick so we can do a little discussion. I'll just answer some questions we'll just, I'll just answer y'all's questions in the chat, and then we'll go more specifically over this. Okay. All right. So let me go back over here, back to the chat, so people can understand the case with the question I'm answering. So the way that this case, the way that the trial is, it's not so much the case, it's the trial. Lindsay Clancy has pled not criminally responsible. Okay. That means something very specific in legal terms. Basically, it's what's known as an affirmative defense. Okay. When you have an affirmative defense, the defendant is taking responsibility for the crime of which she is accused. In this case, it is the strangulation of the 3 children. Okay. When that happens, it is I'm guilty of that, but I should not be put in prison. I should go to a secured mental health facility. That's what is at the crux of this case. That's how this trial is. That's what's happening in this trial. So they are not seemingly, and it would do no good at this point in the trial for the defense to present an alternate suspect theory. If she had pled straight not guilty, then the defense would be free to use their investigator to conduct an investigation into Patrick Clancy or another alternate or any alternate suspect. Okay. So at this point, and remember, I'm only answering a question. I'm answering a specific question. So what happens if he did do it, Bendy? Like, what happens next? What happens next is that's between him and whoever he answers to as a higher power. That's between him and the universe at this point. Because there is no, the way that this trial is, there is no acquittal for Lindsay Clancy. She cannot go free. She's not going to leave the courtroom a free woman in any capacity. The only choice for the jury is she's either going to get prison, she's going to prison for life, she's going to prison. I don't know yet because we aren't to the point where they do the charging conference, which is where they go through the jury, how they're going to do the jury instruction. So I don't know what her possible punishments in prison could be, or sentences, excuse me. I don't know what possible sentences she could receive because I don't know if they're going to allow the jury to consider anything other than first-degree murder. Okay, I will tell you that the penalty for first-degree murder is life without the possibility of parole. So with respect to Patrick, absolutely nothing. And I want to point this out because what Tess said is extremely, extremely important. Tess said, I don't understand why some people think she's going free. That's never been the case. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. There is no option in which there is no scenario at the end of this trial when the jury comes back with a verdict that Lindsay Clancy is going to leave that courtroom a free woman. She will go either to prison or she will go to a secured mental health facility to finish out to for as long as the courts and the providers at that secured facility deem it necessary. Okay? That's it. That's all. That's it. That's the only thing that can happen. And I know that one of the reasons that people are so concerned about Lindsay Clancy being found not criminally responsible is that they think that she could be released in 6 months. Now, I did do some research on that. Okay. The courts get involved at that point. Okay. And it's between the judge and the providers at the facility. Technically, she could be evaluated for release as early as 6 months. Okay. But there's things that the judge can do to not let that happen. So I mean, but let's just say worst case scenario, right? Because this is what people are so worried about, and I understand it's a reasonable concern. Eligibility does not equal receival. Okay, just because you're eligible for something doesn't guarantee that you will receive it. All right, so she can be eligible for a review, and that doesn't mean that she will be found eligible that she will receive release. Okay, so that I want to I think we should have reasonable expectations. Okay. On that. That's not going to happen. Hold on. Emma said, I mean, I don't really think she is a dangerous, vicious killer. So with time at a facility, she will probably recover. Well, the thought is what's required for her to be released would be that she is no longer a danger to herself and to others. Because she has pled guilty to a very violent crime. Murder is the most violent crime under our legal system. It carries it is the most serious charge you can be. It's the most serious charge you can get, a person can get, and it carries the highest penalty. So it is the most serious. Because she's pled guilty, because that is exactly what an affirmative defense is. Because she's pled guilty to murder, the bar for her release is very, very high. Meaning that she's going to be there probably into old age before she's seriously considered for release, because not being a danger to society is their highest priority. And I know that there's been some issues there's been issues in the past, like if you look at the girls and the Slenderman murders, there's things that are different about the elements that exist with those cases. First of all, those girls were juveniles when they committed the attempted murder, and it was attempted murder. As serious as attempted murder is, you know, I don't agree with, why can't I think of her name? Hold on, let me hit up the Googles because my mind is buffering now. Morgan Geiser and Anissa Weir. Anissa Weir, I didn't agree with her being released early, and we saw what happened with Morgan Geiser. She's right back where she started because she couldn't she couldn't follow the rules. So she's right back where she started. To tell the truth said, she could be released early. And the favor she seems to get over others who committed the same crime, it's possible that's going to happen. Okay, we need to break this down. I need to know what you mean specifically, and I'm not arguing with you, but I want to have this discussion, and I know that you guys in the chat are limited to 150 characters. Okay, so it's not really fair. But so I need to know what you mean when you say released early. And then I need to know what you mean by others who committed the same crime. Are you talking about others who have other mothers or other people who have killed children? And that, so I need to see what you mean about that. All right. So let's talk about this medication list, okay? Well, hold on. Let me see what other questions are, because I want to stay, I want to go, I want to go through all of it. You know what I mean? But I want it to be cohesive. I'll say this. I mean, the concern that I have more than anything, right, is the danger to other people. I will say secondary, obviously, is a danger to herself, only in that there have been people who have in wanting to no longer be here, and by be here I mean on this earth breathing, have injured permanently and killed people in whatever means it was they used to self-harm. Okay, and that is obviously an issue. Well, Jonah's mom said I have to be very careful what I say today because I am feeling very spicy right now. I should have never started my day off with poot. I started to watch that as well. But then they were so late that I can only there was barely any argument that I could get to before before having to go live. Okay. So, to tell the truth, says, hold on, she answered. Now, where's it at? Here it is. All right. I mean early release as in the 6 months to 5 years. Okay. Even if she is eligible for evaluation for early release, does not mean that for release at the 6 month mark, it doesn't mean that she will get it. In fact, it's very likely she will not get it. Okay. Lindsay Clancy has been locked up since she committed the crime, right? In various ways. She was in custody in the hospital the entire time, right? When she was recovering after her surgery and all the things. Then they moved her to a mental health hospital, and that's where she has been since she was released from the hospital. Okay. So there's she has admitted to murdering 3 people, specifically children, specifically her own children. There's absolutely no way that she's going to get out at the 6-month mark, and there's no way she's going to be released at the 5-year mark. There's just not. There's just not. They don't. It's a problem. I mean, what she did is very serious, and they take it very seriously. Now, with respect to other mothers, it's very difficult to compare these other mothers with Lindsay, in that some of the other mothers, specifically that I can think of off the top of my head, right? Let's start with the oldest, Diane Downs, then Susan Smith. Okay, we'll just do those 2, for example. The difference between their case and Lindsay's case is that they have never, well, when they went to trial, they didn't plead not guilty by reason of insanity. They pled a straight not guilty, meaning they said, wasn't me, I didn't do it. So the reason that Lindsay has been treated differently is because she's claiming that she was in a state of psychosis when she murdered her 3 children. So that's why she's being treated differently. And that's it. To tell the truth says, they will consider her health condition and cost to take care of her, along with the empathy she's getting. I just don't know. The cost to take care of Lindsay Clancy is going to be astronomical regardless of where she's put. It'll be expensive to take care of her in prison. It'll be expensive to take care of her should she go to a secured mental health facility. She's going to be an expensive prisoner, period. Okay? And I think when you're, and I mean you in the bigger sense, like the general you, not specifically you, tell the truth. When you're looking at a case and you're like following along, and especially when you're watching a live and you're reading along in the chat, okay, depending on where you go in the chat, but I've been all over these streets watching multiple different chats. So I like to go into Law and Crime, and I like to go into Court TV, because they're presenting just the trial as it's happening, right? Then I go into the Lawyer You Know's chat, because he's actually giving commentary. So I think that's important. And that's, and I go into other chats too, but those are the main ones. When you look at those chats, for me personally, when I go into Law and Crime and Court TV, what I find by and large is it's about 50-50. Half the chat is saying she is guilty of murder. This was not, she might have mental illness, but does not rise to the level befitting not criminally responsible. And so she should be in prison for the rest of her life. And then I find the other 50% saying, okay, yes, she was mentally ill. It is such that it rises to not criminally responsible, and she should go to a secured mental health facility. That is the majority of the chat. Okay. Split right down the middle. There's obviously I'm going to leave it there. So if you're a person who believes that she is not, she was not in a state of psychosis and therefore criminally responsible, when you're looking at a chat, it probably, you notice the argument that's against yours, right? And the other way around. So somebody feels like she's not criminally responsible, the comments that they're going to notice are going to be the comments that say she is. And so when you see that, I think it can seem like she's getting this overwhelming amount of empathy. And on the other side, it can seem like she's getting an overwhelming amount of hate. But I got to tell you guys, because I approached going going into this trial, I avoided looking into the civil case. I avoided a lot of the pretrial motions, hearings, even though I could have watched them, because I wanted to remain objective. I wanted to see exactly what evidence the Commonwealth is going to present to the jury. So I didn't want, you can't unknow what you already know, and I didn't want any of that. So I went into this as objective as a human being can be. Okay. And I will say there were a couple of days last week that I fell off the objectivity wagon. I certainly did. Sure did. Okay. And it was Rebecca Gelada's testimony that really that really pushed me off the objectivity wagon, because there was in her testimony a lot of documented conversations with Lindsay. And and I could see and understand that Lindsay, for whatever reason, let's not address a reason right now. Let's just agree. Let me just finish this point. For whatever reason, Lindsay presented with her own set of specific complications that would make treatment difficult for the provider. Okay. And let's talk about what those difficulties were. She was apprehensive about taking medication. That's reasonable. Most people are. She specifically had apprehensions surrounding the benzodiazepines. That was the big, in the beginning, that was the thing that she spoke about the most, that she communicated the most. And when you really break down the testimony and the communications between Rebecca Gelada and Lindsay Clancy, she appeared to have an irrational fear of becoming addicted to benzodiazepines. And as a nurse, the truth of the matter is Lindsay Clancy would know the difference between dependent and addiction. Benzodiazepines, just by the way that the chemical compound, your body becomes dependent. Addiction implies that's a term used for basically abusing medications, taking it more than you need. Okay. Which there's no evidence that she took it more than she needed to. Now, where did that irrational fear of that she was addicted to benzos come from? Honestly, we don't know. Did it come? This is what I think. This is just my opinion, and it's subject to change. My opinion is that I think Lindsay already had postpartum anxiety. Okay. And I think that she communicated her concerns like any person would with her family, Patrick, her mom. Okay. Mainly. And maybe to an extent, her mother-in-law. And I think what her family did was inadvertently, through no fault of their own, that wasn't their intention, exacerbate the irrational fear of being addicted to benzodiazepines. Okay. because I think what they did was they said, you know what, you're right. Those are scary medications, and it is something to be concerned about. And I would be worried if you were, if you were to become addicted. I mean, if you started, there's they, she's got a nursing license. She's held to a very strict standard, especially with medications, and the repercussions if she's found to be abusing medications, the benzos, is that she could lose her nursing license, and then obviously jail time, blah blah blah, right? So I think when they, in their attempt to validate what she was feeling, what they did was they actually made the anxiety worse, because I don't think they realized that it was actual anxiety. Okay. So that's what I think happened there. Now let's talk about, while we're here, let's talk about these medications. Okay. Let me show you this graphic, because I think it's important to understand the way that these medications were dispensed, and try as best as we can to interpret the medications correctly. So the way that this is broken down is, and I'm not going to look at chat, so just be patient with me. As you can see, obviously it's broken down by date, the type of medication, it's color coded here, and then the medication brand, the medication in its generic form, and then in parentheses is the brand name. Okay, who prescribed it? I'm trying to establish here the quantity dispensed, how many were remaining, and whether or not it was an initial prescription, a change in dosage, etc. Okay. So the first medication that Lindsay was ever prescribed was the sertraline, which is Zoloft, by Jennifer Tufts. It's an initial prescription. Now, she was prescribed this. She was prescribed this prescription in September, but she didn't actually start taking it until October. Now, that has been interpreted as she was not serious by the state. It was that's been interpreted as she wasn't serious about getting mental health help. If she were serious about getting mental health help, then why didn't she start taking it immediately? If her concern was depression and not sleeping, and this medication does have the side effect of drowsiness, why wait a month to begin taking it? That is the state's supposition. Okay. And then you have, then at the bottom is the notes. Okay. So I gotta look, because I can make my own screen bigger, but it still cuts off at the end. So let me see what it says at the bottom. So for this particular medication, 7 total were taken, and the quantities dispensed and pill counts are only provided when established in public reporting or trial testimony. Not established means the exact number has not been made public, in court exhibits or reporting. Okay. And some of the figures are based on Patrick's testimony. Okay. This is, I think, a typo. Because Patrick Clancy is not the one on trial, but you guys know what I mean. Okay. So by the numbers, if you look at this, there were 13 different medications prescribed to her, but there were 32 prescription events. Okay. And it's an important context. Many bottles contained medications that had been discontinued, replaced, or changed in strength. Remaining pills in an old prescription do not necessarily mean the doses were skipped. Lindsay maintained a medication diary, and Patrick testified she took her medications as directed. So, what is the jury going to make of all of this? Because when it comes down to particularly the Valium, when we look at the Valium, all right, the first prescription was January 9th, and that was by Dr. Tufts. Okay, right? No, it goes, no, that's a lie over here. It's up here. My bad. So it starts with the diazepam starts at 5 milligrams with Rebecca Gelada. Okay, and we don't know because there are some quantities that were like 3 or 7 in that, and that the specific testimony specifically around the Valium with Rebecca Gelada, and this is what made treating Lindsay difficult. So Lindsay wanted to titrate down, taper off. Let me use their parlance. Shout out, Mr. Alessi, to use Rebecca Gelada's parlance. Lindsay Clancy wanted to taper down from the Valium. But when it came time to actually doing the tapering down, she was reluctant, and she messaged Rebecca Gelada and asked Rebecca Gelada, hey, can we hold off the tapering down? And Patrick was amenable to that. Then there was the conversation surrounding potentially bipolar, her being potentially bipolar, showing more symptoms, really less of actual depression and more of a bipolar depression alone, and more symptoms suggesting potentially being bipolar. And Patrick, according to the testimony, we don't actually know at this point how Lindsay felt about that diagnosis. We know how Patrick felt because Patrick is the one that spoke up about it. And he told Rebecca Gelada, according to Rebecca, that his wife was not bipolar. To be fair, Patrick, that be a potential bipolar diagnosis. Bipolar in and of itself has a stigma surrounding it. And to be fair to him, something you say as a knee-jerk reaction when you're first told something, and then you have time to process it, your opinion and your thoughts and your feelings on that diagnosis might change. And I think what we might be willing to consider that is what that was. Unless there later at some point comes more testimony that indicates that Patrick was a roadblock in Lindsay getting help in ways, that there were specific medications that he absolutely was against her taking. That's it. That's all, which would have helped her. Then that I'll change my mind. But as it sits right now on August 14th, 2026, I am leaning more towards that was a knee-jerk reaction and not how he feels or, felt forever. Okay. But the defense, or excuse me, the state is using those communications between Rebecca Gelada and Lindsay Clancy as evidence that she wasn't seriously seeking help. She was seeking, but it wasn't help. That she was seeking attention and possibly benzodiazepines, okay? That she was manipulating the system. All right. Then we have the day that Lindsay went to the Women and Infants program. And we get this testimony that seems on its face sort of definitive, but when you really think about it, is it definitive? Okay, so she goes to that program, they do the evaluation, and based on the evaluation, they turn her away because she's over medicated. Now, this is why it's on, and the defense is using that as, see, even these people are like, you can't even be in this program, you're so over medicated, right? Here's the problem there. This is the issue with that, okay? There is not enough context, truly, for the jury to take that on its face like that. We need to know, we need testimony from somebody, from the person who evaluated her and rejected her from the program. And we need to know exactly, specifically why. Because I'm wondering is it a situation where if she were to be in that program, it is similar to like when you go to pain management and you sign a contract basically with pain management and you say, and you agree that you are going to have no other provider for psychiatric medication than the Women and Infants program. And you will stop seeing Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, which I think Rebecca Gelada would have had no problem with that. I think Rebecca Gelada wanted her to be in that program. And I think she would have been like, that's fine. I ain't going to prescribe you nothing. I have no problem with that. But for whatever reason, and it really has not been established, I don't think, in my opinion anyway, and we might not ever know this answer, okay? We may never know why Lindsay decided to keep going and seeing Tufts. We don't know why. We don't know why. Perhaps Lindsay, because we don't know at Women and Infants who would have been the person in charge of medications, whether that was an MD, like a psychiatrist, or a nurse practitioner. And perhaps Lindsay was hesitant to put all of her eggs in one basket, so to speak. I don't know. And we might never get that answer. Hannah says, but she wasn't taking all medication and not often enough for them to make that conclusion, in my opinion. Maybe I missed the whole content. No. So okay. I need more context in your comment, Hannah. Who's them to make that conclusion? Who's the them you're talking about, babe? And Audrey says, does Lindsay have a history of seeking attention through exaggerated medical conditions? At this point, the only history we have respective to Lindsay is the history that's been provided from September of 2022 to January of 2023. That's it. That's all. Okay. Oh, women and infants. Their issue was that she was being overprescribed medication. That's what it was. I'm not they were not saying that she was over medicated in that moment, like she would came in and she was two turnt Tina. Okay. That's not what that means. What they were saying in that is that she has too many people writing her prescriptions. That's what over medicated in that context means. Not that she showed up, to turn Tina. Karen says, "Hey babe, has her general behavior during this entire period already been discussed, or does all the information only relate to the incident?" Okay. I suppose the answer to that question would be I think during the trial, all of the information and respective to her behavior is being discussed from the dates of September 2022 to January 24th at this point of 2023. That's what the center discussion, that's what the discussion centers around. Because it really goes to her state of mind, and the defense or the state, the Commonwealth is tasked with proving beyond a reasonable doubt that this was, even if she did have mental illness, it doesn't rise to the level of not criminally responsible, that it is in fact premeditated first-degree murder. That's it. That's all. Hold on a second. I need to take a drink. We do have some idea of how her mental state was after each of the children. I think that the testimony has been, as I understand it, there were no real issues after Cora. There were some issues potentially related to maybe a little postpartum depression, a little postpartum anxiety after Dawson. But by and large, she said, by and large, her main, the problems really began for her, significant problems, significant impact on her day-to-day after the birth of Callan. So Bailey says, "Hi, by the way. Welcome, everybody just joining us. Can they say anything in this trial that could potentially point it at Patrick? Or is everything just going to be proving the Commonwealth's evidence wrong? The defense is not going to use an alternative suspect theory as a defense. And here's why. Because this is what's known as an affirmative defense. So an affirmative defense is where the defendant admits to the criminal act of murdering her children. Okay. That's what she was charged with. And she's saying, yes, I did that. But I didn't do it under the terms of first-degree murder. And I had a moment of psychosis. I was in a psychotic state when I took their lives, and therefore I should not be held criminally responsible, meaning I need to go to a mental health hospital state. It's not like she's going to be going to like and I know that Betty Ford isn't this, but just like a Betty Ford type situation. Okay. She's not going to go to a hospital by the sea where there's, you know, it's going to be a state run mental health secure facility. Okay. It's not going to be like she's going to be at, some posh club or anything. All right. Um, but they have to, what the defense has to do until they start to, what the Commonwealth is prove the interpretation of the evidence is wrong. That the Commonwealth, by saying that Lindsay Clancy, the argument that like with respect to the medication. So the Commonwealth's argument is Lindsay Clancy was, she might have been prescribed 11 billion different medications, but a lot of the prescription medication changes were because Lindsay Clancy requested it. And then she wasn't even taking them any dang way. That's really what the Commonwealth is saying. Okay. That's their interpretation of the prescription evidence, where conversely, the defense is saying, look, yes, she requested medication changes. She's advocating for herself. They weren't working for her. They had negative side effects that she wasn't willing to live with. They were a deal breaker for her. And she advocated for herself. And she was trying to seek help. And all these doctors were doing was just chunking pills at her, treating her like Pac-Man, eating, the power pellets. It's ridiculous. That's their interpretation of the evidence. Is there anything they could potentially use to show the jury that she didn't? And would that cause a mistrial? If she is found not guilty, it would be case closed, and Patrick Clancy gets off clean if he did it. They're not going, no. I mean, sure, I suppose that in theory, they could, but they won't, because this is an affirmative defense. When the jury comes back, however they find, whether they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, or they find her guilty of first-degree murder, the case will remain closed. Lindsay has taken full accountability for taking her children's lives. Now, there's been a lot of talk, and it was up here in the chat earlier, and the streaming that I use doesn't have the ability like StreamYard to star the comments, but I did see it, and I do want to talk about it. There is talk about Lindsay Clancy only repeating a story that she was told as far as what happened that day. Well, first of all, we don't know exactly what she said because she's never said it publicly. We'll have to wait for the first inclination of what we'll get as far as what she says that happened that day will come from the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth is going to put on expert witnesses who evaluated Lindsay Clancy's after the crime, okay, after the fact. And according to the Commonwealth, during their opening statements, what they said is depending on which version she's telling, implying obviously that Lindsay Clancy gave different versions of the events of that day. And Maria says evidence does not point that Lindsay admitted the crime. Other than speaking to the people who have the experts who will be called to testify that evaluated Lindsay Clancy for both the defense and the Commonwealth, that those are the only people that Lindsay has told what happened that day. So I see what you're saying. Evidence does not point to that, and Lindsay admitted to the crime. There is no evidence at this point. Patrick Clancy is not on trial, you guys. Don't listen. Let's talk about that, okay? Let's talk about Patrick Clancy. Lala Lisa says, hi, by the way, it's stated in her lawsuit against the doctors, she admits guilt in her lawsuit. I want to say this straight out because I think it's important for you guys to know. I have intentionally not looked into her civil lawsuit or Patrick's civil lawsuit. I wanted to cover this trial objectively, and because there's so much information that overlaps between the criminal trial and the civil trial, and also not only overlaps, but the admissibility of certain evidence is different in a criminal trial versus a civil trial. There is evidence that would be admitted into evidence in a civil trial that would never be admitted into a criminal trial. And you cannot unknow what you know. And I did not want to be tainted by that information and not be able to be objective, because my real goal here is covering this case. Is the Commonwealth my questions would be, can the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this was first-degree murder and that she was sane at the time of the murders? Okay. Then my other question is, can the defense prove that Lindsay was insane at the time of the murders and therefore not criminally responsible? And if I know too much of the evidence ahead of time, or evidence that hasn't been presented, then I can't really answer those questions objectively. The only way those questions can be answered is watching the trial. So I didn't want to be tainted. So I don't know anything about the civil trial. I got what you're saying, babe. Now I understand. No, LOL. Evidence does not point to Patrick, and Lindsay Clancy already admitted the crime. She did already admit the crime. That is exactly what an affirmative defense is. It is taking accountability and saying, yes, I committed this crime, but I am not criminally responsible because my mental illness is so severe that I could not appreciate the wrongness of my actions and therefore could not comport my behavior to the law. That's what that means. There is not going the defense. You guys, I know you want to see this in and I understand why people are side-eyeing Patrick. Okay. So should we move to the what's the deal with Patrick portion of this live? If you're ready to move on to the what's the deal with Patrick portion of this live, put a 1 in the chat, would you? I'm really trying to be objective, Audrey, and I appreciate your appreciation of my dedication to objectivity. I appreciate that. Because I feel like there are so many creators that are covering this, really good content creators that are covering this trial, and they are covering it in the way that they see fit. And I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. It just is, right? But this is how I wanted to do this case. And there are content creators that are covering this case that are strictly, this was not postpartum psychosis or any other type of psychosis, and she should be found guilty of first-degree murder. That's their stance, and that's how they're covering the case. And then there are other creators that are covering it. This was absolutely postpartum psychosis and or some other type of psychosis, and the psychiatric mental health care failed her completely, and that's how they're presenting and covering this case. And so if that's, if you want to hear one side or the other, there's plenty of places to go for that, but I just want to cover it objectively. Okay. So where the numbers are for, if you're ready to move on to the what's the deal with Patrick portion of this live, put a number 1 in the chat. That's what the numbers are for. So I'm seeing a lot of ones. All right. As I see it, these are the reasons that Patrick is being side-eyed. And I'm not, okay, one of the reasons is the moving on too quick. Let's talk about that. Okay, that's very subjective. And grief is not linear, so it would be really hard for me to prove a negative, right? I can't prove that he didn't move on too fast. There's no way nobody can prove that. That's a subjective opinion. So I'm not going to address that. I do want to address that I have searched high and low. There's this claim out there that Patrick has children with his current wife. He remarried in April of 2026. Okay. Every place that I have searched, I cannot find any evidence that he has had other children or his new wife is pregnant now. I don't know where that came from, but I cannot, actually the evidence is the reverse. They do not currently have a child and there is no child on the way. That's what the evidence supports. Jonah's mom has an announcement for everybody. She says, we have about 15 minutes to get 36 more likes for me to gift 5 memberships. Come on, y'all. Let me see what this like situation is. What y'all doing in this chat? Do your girl a favor. Let's see. How we got 92 people watching and only 37 likes. We can do better than that. Come on, y'all. I do members only content and I have a ton of content that's on. I do members only lives and I have a ton of content that's on members only. So it would be a good idea to join membership if you want that content. Thank you, Ginny, for the laughing disco. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't mean to take that off. Hold on a second. Sunny says, isn't it strange he hasn't been to see her since it happened? Didn't go to the hospital or a prison visit. Well, so she's not in prison right now. She's being held at a mental hospital. She's definitely in custody though. Okay. Excuse me. Hold on. I'm coughing and I don't want to cough in your ear. It's so rude. That's this is subjective as well. Okay. Because I think there are a lot of people that can relate to this. Even if, and this is Patrick's public stance, that Lindsay Clancy is mentally ill, that she was failed by the mental health care system in Massachusetts, and that he didn't marry a monster. He married, she's not a monster. She's mentally ill and she needs help. That's his public stance. But at the end of the day, she murdered his children. I think it would be very difficult for him to look at her. I can't really It's not, to me, it's not that strange. I don't know if I could look at somebody, if my spouse did that, and I have children, I have 4 kids. I could publicly say exactly what Patrick has said. They're not, the person I married is not a monster. The person I married was failed by the mental health system, and still not be able to look at that person in the eye, knowing that they took the lives of my children. I just don't think I could look at that person in the eye. I don't think I could ever be in the room with them again. Just don't. So I can understand why he hasn't been to see her. Because I think when it comes to your children, it's and somebody hurting them, no matter who the person is, no matter who it was that hurt them, specifically, let's just not hurt them, hurting but murdered. Okay, you can't be rational about that. It's impossible. You can have this rational part of your brain where you understand the person who did it, like in this case, Lindsay, was mentally ill, right? You can believe that, you can, be that as it may. But that's very different than going and sitting in a room with that person, looking them eye to eye, and not wanting to choke the life out of them too. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. It would be very difficult for me. Very difficult, I think, is an understatement. If I were in Patrick Clancy's shoes, it would be impossible for me to be in a room with the person who took the lives of my children and not get a hold of them. Okay? It would be impossible. All right. So, reasons that people suspect Patrick Clancy. So there is the timeline, as it were, of events. There are many people who do not think that it is possible, given the weather that day, the amount of time that Lindsay might have been laying in the snow or on the frozen ground outside in Massachusetts after the injuries to her wrists and to her neck. There's no way that her temperature could have fallen to 82 degrees that quickly. That's number one. Number two is this whole situation with the outfit of the day at CVS, at 3V, and then specifically the shoes. I think if anybody's going to me, the jackets look exactly the same. So I did at first understand why people felt the way they felt about the shoes. So I'm only going to address the shoes because, quite honestly, I think I've just addressed the coat. They look exactly the same to me. All right. So it's the outfit of the day at the CVS and the 3V. Then what else is there? I think those are the main ones, right? Oh, the testimony about those shoes. Patrick said boots. Then he said, but then you can see in the picture, it looks like shoes, like tennis shoes. Then you have did he see her car? Did he not see her car in the driveway? How was then there's the thing about the 911 call, right? How did Lindsay speak? So, right, if you guys can think of any other reasons that I haven't named, I already named the body temperature, 82 degrees. Yeah, I'm sure I won't even go over there, Teacup. I won't even go over there. Okay. If you guys can think of anything else in the chat, body temperature, the injuries themselves to her wrists and to her neck. The argument is that she's a nurse. She would know how to be successful in that with those injuries. Then there is the exercise bands and the knives and the knife. Okay. We're going to address all of them. Okay. But I think the best place to start, wouldn't you agree, would be with Patrick's testimony. All right. So let's do that. Let's get to, let me look at the transcript so I can see really quickly. Sorry about this, you guys. I meant to do this earlier, but then I was busy doing other all right, we don't need to go through the getting to know you, or let's get to the meat and potatoes of all of it and get right to where they start asking about all right, hold on. Hold on, I want to read this one thing real quick. Okay. Let me find it. I guess we'll go to about 8 minutes in. Let's just go to about 8 minutes in. That's a good round number. We'll start there. All right, so they're going to be talking about, I mean, I guess we could listen to it all if you guys want to. Are you guys interested in listening to it all again? Do you want me to start it from the beginning so you can hear the entire testimony in context? What are the latest updates on the case? Well, we are currently waiting for testimony to resume Monday. There is no court today. Okay. And there's really no, there's really no updates on the case. I'm guessing you mean the trial. And right now it's still the Commonwealth presenting evidence. Yesterday's evidence was digital forensic evidence surrounding the searches that were made about self-harm. And there were, which the Commonwealth is alleging that it's very possible that even though Patrick already testified that he thinks he's the one that searched that because he was listening to that specific country artist at that time, the Commonwealth still won't concede that that it wasn't Lindsay who made those searches. It was actually Patrick. So there was that testimony yesterday when then the defense said she had a doctor's appointment that day, and here are the medical records from the doctor's office, including checkout time, and she wasn't even at the house when that was made, so it couldn't have been her. That's really all of it. There was not, and then there were the searches. Which I do want to talk about, but we'll talk about that after we talk about Patrick. Is that okay? Well, I am sorry that I caused you anxiety. I'm sorry that I had way too much stuttering. All right. Hold on a minute. Let me fix this. So they're talking about the babysitter that first started working.
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13. If I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment, or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Okay, so I put this part in because I think that it's important to talk about any past issues she may have had respective to anxiety, postpartum anxiety, and after the births of all of the children, not just this time, the time period of 2022 to 2023. I thought that was important. So I put that. I think that's why we listened. Patrick Clancy is on the stand. Thank you for joining, Jenna. We're revisiting his testimony. There's no court today. Testimony resumes back Monday. And so this is Patrick Clancy, Lindsay Clancy's husband. He was the Commonwealth's very first witness. Okay, so now let me go back through the transcript again and get to, let's get to the part of January 24th, okay? I don't know why it's doing this. Hold on a sec. All right, so we're going to go to specifically the date, okay, that all of this happened. All the testimony around January 24th, okay?
That, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys.
Now, I do find this interesting because during the testimony of the nurse practitioner, Rebecca Gelada was asked by the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, did you know she stopped driving during this period of time? Well, clearly she didn't, because she drove a little bit. She did.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and then the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Well, thank you very much, Jonah's mom. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for generously gifting 5 memberships. Congratulations, everyone who got one. Welcome to the ward. I hope you like it.
21 and 22 so far? Publishing these. Is it 21? And is it 22? And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
This is a activity center.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th.
Thank you, See Me, for the marshmallow. I appreciate that very much. That was very generous. I missed this the first time around where he's correcting the Commonwealth, and she's like, what? I missed that the first time around.
And we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson. And then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
623. And just look at one photo. This is one of the photos you sent. We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may
Just for transparency purposes, I sped this up to 1.25. Nobody's actually talking that fast when this testimony actually occurred. Just so you know, it's sped up a little bit.
be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
No.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
All right. Now, if you missed this the first time around, or if this is your first time listening to this testimony, or you're just joining us because I'm live and you don't know anything about this case, it is the Commonwealth's position that Lindsay Clancy purposefully chose 3V while it is a restaurant that the family had eaten at in person before. This wasn't their usual takeout spot. This wasn't where they would normally go pick dinner up from. Okay. And that the reason she did that is because she wanted to keep Patrick out of the house for a longer period of time so she could enact her plan. That's the Commonwealth's position. I will say the way that they handled the testimony is not quite chronologically the way that things happened. So there is a part we're going to go back to because I have questions surrounding the medications. Specifically, the question that I have is when did Patrick Clancy exactly collect the medications that later he turned over to law enforcement, and when did that happen? Why did he collect? he didn't collect all of the medications. We know that that law enforcement collected some medications. Then there were medications that were in the drawer that were not collected. Kevin Reddington found them and offered to turn them over, but the Commonwealth didn't want that. We learned that yesterday. We'll go back to some of that testimony too. Don't worry. So you'll have a better understanding of all of the things. And there was a question in chat earlier about the Commonwealth trying to impeach their own witness. That's on the list. We'll go back over that as well.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callum?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
So Sarah says or asks, did he also find medication in his car that he gave? He did not find medication in his car. The way that the testimony shakes out, according to Patrick, is that on January 24th, Patrick collected medication and put it in his vehicle to dispose of at some point. We're going to listen to that testimony, but we have to go back in time to listen to that. And I feel like the right way to handle it would be to listen to the testimony in the order in which the events actually occurred in real time, rather than in the way that the Commonwealth asked the questions, if that makes sense. But he's the one that collected that medication, but he didn't collect all of the medication. We're going to go back there. Don't you worry. We're going to talk about that because I have a lot of questions around that.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, "I'll be right back."
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
All right. So the first time around, I didn't understand the purpose of this question, why it mattered. The Commonwealth, I think, was trying to put together a timeline of how things occurred based on evidence that they found at the scene. And one of the things that they found at the scene was the bowl with some nuggets in it. So that's why that question is there. I didn't understand it at first. And while we wait for the prosecutor to ask whatever question she's going to ask next, and for the cameraman to stop giving us the Blair, or the camera person, I should say, to stop giving us the Blair Witch effect. Yikes on bikes. thank you to everybody who's just joining us. Welcome in. If you wouldn't mind taking a moment, please, and giving a thumbs up on the stream, I'd appreciate it very much. Amelia says, didn't they say the call to the restaurant was placed on his phone? No. The testimony yesterday from the digital forensic examiner was that the call came from Lindsay Clancy's phone. But I'll double check to make sure, Amelia. She's the one that called the order in.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And where was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, can I see both sidebar here?
Okay, so I did double check. It was Lindsay Clancy to place the takeout order. And when listening to I'm reminded now too that in listening to the context of the texts that were exchanged back and forth between Lindsay and Patrick. But that wasn't your question, right? It wasn't who called. Let's see. Let me push play and I'll just triple check.
I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I want you to watch your steps.
These officers are the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the voucher for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, such as the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was Lindsay Clancy's personal iPhone was used to place the call to the 3V restaurant. The device extraction. Massachusetts State Police digital forensic experts testified that data pulled directly from the database of Lindsay's iPhone, in quotes, confirmed the outgoing call. Her phone records showed two brief back-to-back calls around 5:09 and 5:10 p.m. with the 47-second call successfully reaching the 3V restaurant number. No, this testimony, I'll put a ticker at the bottom so when you guys are coming in, there's no testimony today. Court is closed in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Their testimony resumes Monday. And so we are going back and just listening to some things because people have questions. So we're going to try to answer those questions. Whether we are able to answer them or not, I don't know, but we'll try.
You may have a seat.
Hi, good morning, sir. Hi, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I'd also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next.
All right, any objection?
No question.
that may be admitted?
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
Okay, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road.
All right. I want to ask, okay, so this, hey, Shane Page says, what if the whole timeline was made up of all the occurrence that happened prior to CVS? Everyone is going off what Patrick is saying. What if? Well, if I can't speak to everyone, okay, but the court, the trial is not just, yes, Patrick has said things. Patrick said things happened at this time or that time or another time or whatever, right? Yeah, there is Patrick's testimony and Patrick's statements. But to be fair to the Commonwealth and to the defense, okay, some of the things that Patrick says occurred are confirmed and backed up by the digital forensic evidence, phone call logs, text messages, and then there's the the CVS and the 3V surveillance footage or camera footage from inside both places that are time stamped. So there are things that Patrick has said about the times that things occurred, right, that are substantiated by other pieces of evidence that are not just Patrick Clancy's statements. That's one thing. Also, with respect to, for example, things that occurred prior to CVS and to all of that. We'll start with CVS, right? So prior to all of that, the day began with Lindsay taking Cora to the doctor's office, right? Which was a scheduled her 5-year-old well child visit. And then there was an issue going on with Cora, and that was discussed at that pediatric appointment. So there's the records from the pediatrician that support that timeline. So it's the Commonwealth is not simply relying on what Patrick says. Now, if you're talking, well, you're just asking about prior to CVS. So I think that their argument could be made that the only things that may not be supported by Patrick's statement, that things that would not be, there would be no way for the Commonwealth to prove, would be things like how many times he went upstairs to check on the kids, his testimony about playing with Callan before he went to CVS, stuff like that. There's no there's no way to prove that. So Shane says, Shane Page says he could have made the calls from her phone or Apple Watch. CVS and 3V are correct, just the prior timeline. Okay, so let's go with that, right? Let's talk about that. Could he have made the calls from her phone or Apple Watch, just the devices? Let's entertain that possibility just for a moment, just for the sake of discussion. Okay. And then we'll go back to see if it was actually determined about the calls. Okay. So let's say he called CVS and 3V from her phone and watch. Let's say he did that. What does that change? What does that change about the timeline? What does it change? And there's a text exchange before he went to the CVS and the 3V. There's a text from his phone to her phone saying, what did you get from, what was your order from 3V? Now, if he did, so if he made the phone call and sent the text, she never looked at her phone? She had to have looked at her phone because she answered her phone while he was at CVS. So what does that change about the timeline? If he made the call, just for argument's sake, right? If he made the call from her iPhone or from her Apple Watch, how does that change the timeline of when things happened? It only changes who made the call, but it doesn't change anything else.
What's CVS?
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Get the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And
Shane Page says, I don't know. Maybe he answered her phone. He had it, or her Apple Watch. I'll say this. Okay. But we can see him, and so can they, on the security footage at CVS. Okay. So if that were the case, this is an interesting conversation, and I appreciate this. Hey, thank you, Shmeed. I appreciate that, babe. There's surveillance video of him at CVS. Now, don't you think that if he was using two devices at CVS, that would have been caught by on the security camera? You know that Kevin Reddington has access to every single thing that the Commonwealth has, right? That they have access to the security footage. And this is my other thing, okay? When it comes to let's point the finger at Patrick, or even entertain the possibility Patrick did this, okay? If you're the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, which defense would be easier for A, the jury to understand, and B, for the jury to accept? She was a mother who, by all accounts, from witnesses that have testified thus far and are going to testify both for the Commonwealth and for the defense, right? That Lindsay, by all accounts, was a caring, kind, good, loving mother. She loved those children. She worried endlessly about those children. But then somehow, for some reason, because she was over-medicated, misdiagnosed, all of the things, she had a psychotic break on January 24th, 2023, and she murdered her children by strangulation with exercise bands. or her husband, who's now no longer her husband, set all of this up and he's the real culprit. Which defense would be easier for the jury to understand and accept? The psychosis or the alternate suspect theory? No, I know you're not specifically saying he did it, but that's the reason that I wanted to do this live, is because there are so many people who are like, not just asking questions, they're outright pointing the finger. So I didn't mean that to come across as I was specifically like targeting you. I'm not. Or saying that you're accusing, because I'm not. Shane Page says, I'm not saying he did it. His body language is so weird. He did sit in his car at CVS for 15 minutes prior to going into CVS. He said that. He did. He did say that. But to that point of sitting in his car at the CVS for 15 minutes, that time, it wasn't prior to going into CVS. Was it CV? Yeah, it was. Let's listen. They're right here. So let's listen to that and then we'll talk about it. Thank you so much, Maria. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys too. Okay. We're about to get into this. Okay. So, Sexy Dice, I think that's what that handle is. I hope so. If it's not, put your handle phonetically so I can read it correctly. Just the first 3 letters, because I think Dice is self-explanatory. Some people are questioning whether the person at CVS was Patrick at all. One of his close friends looks remarkable like the man in the CVS footage. This might explain the outfit discrepancies. We're going to get into that because they're about to pull up the CVS footage, all of the things. Taco Tuesday says, I do think he did it. All right. Well, we about to get into it. Okay. All right. Let's listen to the test. Let's get to the testimony at the CVS's, and then we'll talk about the outfit and all the things.
Coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video.
All right. We're about to look at the CVS video, y'all.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there's a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
Hey, Madison. Madison says, what's your opinion on the fact that he searched where the artery was at instead of her? I'm going to have to, I don't recall that being the testimony. I'm not saying that it wasn't the testimony, but to be fair, yesterday was kind of a mess testimony wise. And so we will definitely, let's go, we can go back. Let's put it on the list. We don't have anything to do today anyway, trial wise, right? We're all just kicking it. So let's address that. Let's look into that. So at this point, I don't have an opinion because I don't recall that testimony. Olivia, hi, says, curious what happened to their family home. The family home was sold. And there was a big kerfuffle surrounding the jury view because that home, the family home, has been sold. And the current people who live in it now, the current homeowners, did not want that jury view at all. They were highly opposed to it. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want a bunch of people, walking through my house. I don't remember like people I know walking through my house. You know what I mean?
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right, that may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
The 27 and 28.
All right. So PP Praxis says, hi, by the way, welcome in. Basically, yesterday, Reddington pointed out that the searches were made using a Chrome account attached to his email, one including the artery. Just on its face, right? Just taking that, what your comment is on its face value, right? At face value. One would wonder why a nurse would have to search that anyway, right? I mean, this isn't like me, which I do have some medical knowledge. I do come from a medical background. My father is a retired registered nurse. Prior to that, he was a paramedic for a long time. And then when I was real young and then growing up, he sold homes and cars. So then he went back to school after me and my sister left home and all the things, right? And he said, let me go back and use my medical knowledge. And he got his BSN. So, and my mom worked for 30 years as a histologist. So she worked with pathologists, and they're an excellent source of information about the body. Bottom line is that even though I have some medical knowledge and all of that, I would not have the same medical knowledge that a person who had been through nursing school had respective to anatomy. And while I know where some of the arteries are, I don't know where they all are. So just on its face, I would wonder about that. I would wonder, I'm going to have to go back and listen to what the specific search terms are, because I'd be very curious about that. But yeah, I need to know, like I said, specifically what the search terms were, because just on its face, if you're looking for if the search terms were where in the body, anatomically, where this specific artery is located, then that might give me some pause. But if it were something else, it might not. It just depends on what the search terms were. So I'm going to have to go back and listen to that. All right, we're about to go to the 3V.
And the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, 28 somewhere.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right, that may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
We could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Okay. For the people who are entertain, I don't want to say this. I'm not trying to like diminish the theory or anything. So for the people who have the theory that it's not Patrick, and that's what explains the quote unquote different outfit of the day between CVS and the 3V, is the theory that it's Patrick at 3V, but it's somebody else at CVS. Is that the theory? Is that the theory? Hold on a second. Well, yes, Jonah's mom says, even if you're an experienced nurse, you will still need to be refreshed on certain things from time to time, which is why I'm interested in specifically what the search terms surrounding that artery are. The word artery. What artery is it? What's all the things, right? I need to know more specifics about that. Okay. That's what I'm curious about. So is that the theory that one person, because I think there's a couple theories. There's one theory where the theory is that it was somebody, that it's his friend at the CVS, right? And that it's Patrick, because it's very clear on that this camera is way better at 3V. As far as the theory goes, that it's Patrick at 3V and it's somebody else at CVS. And then there's the alternate theory that it's both Patrick at the CVS and at the 3V, and that it's different shoes. Right? Okay. So back when that theory first came out, because at that point, when the theory first came out, it was just the shoes. It was that Patrick changed shoes and potentially coats. Okay. So what I did was, because to me, the coats, the person, they all look the same. This is what I did back then. Back then, I took a screenshot from the footage at CVS and at the 3V. Okay. And that's this here. Okay. Now, this is what I'll say. See, to me, the jeans, the jacket, the whole thing looks the same. What I'm looking at is the toe at the top of the shoe. And what I will say is this. To me, in my opinion, it's based on that wraparound. I'm sure there's some technical name for this, but it's the wraparound, the rubber part, or whatever that material is that's different from at the toe than the shoe material itself. Okay. This is my opinion after having made 11 billion thumbnails, having to upscale photos, having to edit videos, all of the things based on my own personal, no education, no schooling, but real life training and experience. What I see is the same set of footwear. I think the issue here is that it is the video quality. The video quality from CVS and the lighting inside of CVS is very poor. Where the lighting and the video quality inside of 3V, the camera, is much better quality. And I think that is what is accounting for what people think they are seeing. I don't think that you're seeing a different person, nor do I think you're seeing a different shoe. That's just my opinion. Because if you look at the picture on your left, as you're looking at the picture, look at Patrick's hands in the video still, the still from the video at CVS. Does that look like hands? It almost looks like he's carrying a pair of handcuffs. It's clearly distorted. And I think that is the result of poor camera quality and why the shoes are so much more clear and defined in the video still, or the still from the video of 3V. That's what I say. Okay, so Kathleen says, welcome in. Yes, one pair of the shoe have white soles and the other sole from the other shoes are black. I think that is a lighting issue and poor camera quality. And I will say this. The reason I say that is because if you look at the shoe in the CVS still, if you look at the top of the foot that's forward, and then the foot that's backwards, if you look at the top, you can see that at the top there is some white. And if you look at the top of the shoe from the 3V, there's also white. That's why I think that this is poor video quality. I think it's just lighting, you guys. I really do. I know that people think that the sole of the shoe is wrong, but here's the other thing. Part of what we're seeing is the shadow from the bottom of the shoe. And I think that this comes down to lighting. That's what I think. You guys are, and there is white and black at the on the sole of the shoe in the 3V. Look at the sole of the shoe at 3V. Okay. Look, the 3V is, if you're looking at the photograph, it's on the right. So the shoe on the right. Okay. There's the material that the shoe is made out of. Then there's the white. And then around the white is also black. It's the lighting might be lighter at CVS to you, but the quality of the lighting is crap. And the quality of the camera that's taking the video is also crap. Patrick looks like he has lobster hands. CVS photo is blurry because it is a still. I can go back. Look, well, there's no way for me to come to, I guess I can make a video of it side by side, but I feel like it's my opinion and I'm entitled to it, just like you're entitled to y'all's, that it's the same shoe. I think it's the same shoe. You don't think it's the same shoe? Oh, there we are. We'll just have to agree to disagree. The lighting is a lot better in 3V. I don't see how the argument is being made that the lighting is more in CVS, because we can look at CVS. It's dark as fuck at the entryway. I mean, that's the quality. That's the lighting. The quality of the camera is poor. Everything looks blurry. Even when you play it, it looks, I'll even slow it. I'm not going to slow it down. I'll just play it at regular speed. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one, you guys. I just don't think they're different shoes. That's it.
Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the video is just poor quality. I don't know what else. The camera's poor quality. I think they're the same shoe. It is what it is. What's interesting to me is that, to me, this isn't even a big deal. You know what I would be questioning if I were going to question? There's a couple of things I do question about Patrick Clancy. Not that I suspect him, not that I suspect he did it, but I think the shoe is not even that big of a deal. Do you know what's a bigger deal to me? The testimony about the 911 call, for the love of Pete, right? What was his testimony? It took him a while to connect because the phone was switching between Wi-Fi and between not Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi. What do you call that? I can't think of what the word is now. But yeah, that's a bigger deal. That's a bigger discrepancy. That's not how phones work. If you have cell service, like your phone is turned on, is connected to a carrier. If you have carrier service and you make a phone call, it doesn't matter whether you call 911 or you call your homeboy or you call your side piece, your main piece, it doesn't matter. The call goes through. If you aren't, in good range, right? Obviously. Switching from the from Wi-Fi, from cell service to Wi-Fi doesn't impact phone calls. That's the bigger deal to me of all of it, especially for a guy that works in IT. Okay. that is a what? That's a bigger deal. Demi's Vintage Bloom says CVS is way brighter. Look at that. Still no white shoe. And I agree. The shoe is a side note. He looks guilty regardless of the shoe gate. Yeah, I just don't. Shoegate to me is like, of all the things, not that big of a deal. Right? I think it's the same shoe. All right. Ava says, I don't know. Last week I walked into a store where a guy had broke his hand, or I'm sorry, let me read that correctly. Sound it out, Jen. Sound it out. I don't know. Last week I walked into a store where a guy had broke his head open and my phone would not call 911, but my husband's did. It was weird. I mean, it was the explanation of it. The phone was having trouble going back and forth between carrier. service. What is that called? Why can't I think of what that's called? There's a word for it between going through Wi-Fi and, hold on, and cell service. There you go. That's what it's called. Geez, Jen, I'm on the struggle bus today. Apparently I've been on the struggle bus pretty much all week. So I'm apparently opted for the week pass. Okay. The week long pass, but cellular data. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. Somebody in IT would know that that's a ridiculous statement. Now I'm willing, that is a side note. It doesn't mean anything. It's just an odd statement for somebody in IT to make. Now look, it is what it is on that. Okay. Ava said, glad I'm on the right bus. Girl, I don't know if I'm on the bus, driving the bus, hanging out the window. I don't know what I'm doing, but I am on the struggles. Well, this is another thing. Everywhere, this is true. In Massachusetts, Moroccan Cowgirl, welcome in, says. In Moroccan Cowgirl, welcome in. Moroccan Cowgirl says, in Massachusetts, you don't need self-service to dial 911. He is lying. That's true. It's not, I'm not saying the part about he is lying is true. Everywhere. You can reach emergency services even if you don't have cellular service. Even if like you could, like I don't have a data plan on my iPad. I don't need one. I never take the iPad anywhere. It stays at home with me. Okay. I'm not paying for service on it. But if something happened and I needed to call 911 and I called it from my iPad, it would go through. What? Well, thank you. Demi's Vintage Bloom says, this has been the best stream I've seen. Wish I was watching you the whole time. You're looking at this critically and unbiased. I'm trying. I'm trying. I gave somebody anxiety earlier because I was stuttering too much, apparently. Which, look, I'm not even mad about that. It's just that, like, it just seems like, what if I had a natural stutter? You know, like that's rude. I feel like. I mean, I get it, but you know, you don't have to share every thought you have. Can I just say that? That was a little stuck in my craw. I'm not going to lie. So Kathleen asks, why did he divorce his wife? I mean, thank you, Steph, for gifting jewels. I appreciate that very much. I mean, I don't want to speak to how somebody else is thinking, but I mean, or feeling, but let's look at this. Let's take every feeling out of it and just look at the circumstances. Okay. If somebody killed your children, would you stay married to them regardless of if you believed they were in a state of psychosis when they did it? I wouldn't. I couldn't. I wouldn't. I would not. I said this earlier. Two things can be true at the same time, and they are not mutually exclusive. You can publicly, he can't, I'm not even going to say you, he can publicly support Lindsay in that she was in a mental health, she was struggling with her mental health prior to this. She was seeking help. That this is his claim, and he supports, this is also Lindsay's claim, and he supports this claim. And that through a series of being over-medicated with the wrong medications, on top of likely an undiagnosed underlying mental illness and untreated also, she went into a state of psychosis and she murdered her children, their children. He can support her in that is what led up to and occurred on this date. Okay, while simultaneously not being able to look at her or be in the same room or talk to her or have anything to do with her, because ultimately she murdered their children. That's why he divorced her. Because and I will say this, and I said this earlier, okay? I could support if it were me and it were my spouse, I would be able to support my spouse's theory of or explanation of events. But I'm telling you right now, when it comes to your children, I think we all would agree with this. It's them being somebody hurting them, or in this case, somebody murdering them, regardless of who that person is, right? We're not rational when it comes to our children in that capacity. And there is absolutely no way that I could be in a room with the person who took my children's life, regardless of the circumstances that caused that, without trying to get a hold of them physically. There's just no way I could do it. And I think that's what Patrick is feeling. And I think that is why he doesn't have anything to do with Lindsay. He's not gone to visit her, all of the things. Okay. This is a very good question. Jacob Shorter says, how come these insanity case voices never say, put your children up for adoption, hire a nanny? I'm not going to address, because I feel like that's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, no pun intended, tongue-in-cheek, a little facetiousness on your part, but to your point, or swallowing technically isn't murder. I think because what makes the voices dangerous is the nature of the things that those voices say, right? I think that's why. Of course you were, Ava, you little troublemaker. Of course you were. Although it's hard because that's a really good question and also a really good comment. But people get upset if you laugh or anything like that, as if you're diminishing what happened. I'm not. I just, you know what? We could do a poll. LSU Tiger, you want to do a poll? Could do a poll. Let's do a poll, shall we? Let's do a poll. But while we wait for the poll results, let's get back to where we were. Okay. I think we've decided the shoe thing is the shoe thing, and that's it. All right. We're back. We're going to finish up the rest of the direct examination and then the cross-examination about with Patrick Clancy. Then we're going to just this part, because then we got to go back to the 33-minute mark, because I want to talk about the medications, the storage, the collection of the medications that were later turned over, but were kept in the center console of Patrick's truck. I have questions about.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back. Essentially, it's going to exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
32 through 37, no, 38 so far.
Sir,
Okay, I have started a poll. The poll is, do you believe Lindsay Clancy planned this or was in a state of psychosis? That's the poll. This is the testimony that this is another part of the testimony that has people raising an eyebrow. If he parked next to Lindsay Clancy's vehicle as he testified to, then why did he after that go and look out of the window? So we're going to hear that testimony and then we shall discuss.
showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
Okay, we're going to address the boots in a second, but Michelle Hurley says, where's the option to poll not guilty? I suppose I could do that poll. There is no option in this trial for the jury to find her not guilty, though. So the jury will find her not criminally responsible. So that's, I mean, it is a not, I think on the form, it's actually listed as not guilty by reason of insanity, but not guilty by reason of insanity is different than a not guilty. And to me, so I need you, if you guys want me to make a new poll, which we can, I have no problem with that. Hold on, I got a cough. But I need to understand better what you mean when you use the term not guilty. Are you speaking in terms of she's factually not guilty, as if she did not take the lives of her children? Is that what you mean by not guilty? I will make it a choice, you guys. I will make it a choice. I promise. There was a request in the chat about making a poll that with these questions or with this question. After that poll, I'll let that poll go for a little bit longer, and then we can make a new poll. It's not like I have to only have one poll ever. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm just curious because I want to, if I'm going to put a poll question up, right, and I'm going to add a poll option, I feel like people should know what that option means. All right, here we go.
And did you have some bags with?
Okay, the boots. I mean, I suppose it depends on what your parlance is, right? It's kind of, is it possible that they're not like, to his mind, he refers to them as boots because they're like, I don't live a place where it snows. Not like that anyway. If we get snow, I'm in Texas. If we get snow, the whole state shuts down or the area shuts down because we don't get that. We're not used to it. We don't drive in it. It doesn't happen every winter. It's not a thing here. Okay. So for people who do live in a place where you can expect snow every single winter and you have to learn, okay, aren't there like snowshoes, shoes that aren't, you can wear them both when it snows, but also they're not like galoshes or something that you put on over your shoes. I mean, is it possible that it's semantics? Because the shoes look the same to me. Perhaps he regards them as boots. I don't know. I don't know why he said what he said. I don't know. Okay, so Elizabeth Butler says, welcome to the chat, by the way. I know it's not a popular opinion on YouTube, but I think she is factually innocent. They haven't proven to me she did it. I mean, they are required because there is that requirement for them to prove that she's the one that, even though this is technically a crime, this is an affirmative defense, but the state is required to prove that it's Lindsay Clancy. First, they have to prove that Cora Dawson and Callan are deceased, that the manner of their death was a homicide, and that it's Lindsay Clancy who did it. So I'm curious, Elizabeth, based on the evidence from the medical examiner, etc., the DNA results from the bands, what about that leads you to believe that they have not? What a better question would be is, what would you need? What testimony would you need to convince to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy is the murderer? She did murder the children. That's a better question. What evidence would you need to see to prove that she was the murderer?
A few from CVS and 3V.
Yeah,
Where did you place those?
on the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked with the next exhibit, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40.
So showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
All right. Shane Page says, maybe Lindsay said she did it because she was told she did it. She believed it because of her state and her thoughts. Okay. What we first need to establish is, when did Lindsay say she did it? Because at this point, the testimony has been this, that when Patrick Clancy called 911 and he was on the phone with the 911 operator, he asked Lindsay where the kids were, and she said the basement. Okay? Beyond that, there has been absolutely zero testimony about what Lindsay Clancy has said about this crime, about what happened that day, or about taking the lives of her children. There's been no testimony about that. Lindsay was not interviewed by police. She has given no public statement. There's nothing. Okay. And it's not because the police didn't try, but she was not in a state where she could be interviewed like that. Number one, because she was intubated. All right. For a period of time, somewhere after the 28th is when I think she was somewhere between the 26th, I think, and the 28th is when they removed the breathing tube. And she had an attorney relatively quickly. So they would, if she's represented and the attorney said, hey, no, you're not going to question my client, she doesn't get questioned. That's it. That's all. All right. Now, the only thing that we know about whether or not she's admitted to anything also comes from the opening statement made by the Commonwealth, in which the Commonwealth said, depending on which version she's telling. Likely what she is referring to is that when she has been evaluated, or when she was evaluated for trial, prior to trial, by forensic psychiatrists or psychologists, I'm not sure which one at this point they are for the Commonwealth, but anyway, they would have asked her about that day, right? And then the defense experts would have asked her about that day as well, and she likely told them about the events then. That's who she admitted to. So the argument about she believed it because of her state and her thoughts, this would have been well after she'd been transported to, oh God, what is it starts with a T, and I never, oh Lord, hold on. The name of it, Tewksbury Hospital in Massachusetts. That's where she's being held. So that evaluation likely would have come after she'd been in Tewksbury for a while, which is also a mental hospital. So she's been medicated there. And likely her mental state is, well, she's been judged competent to stand trial. So the fact that it's very difficult for me to, I'm not arguing, but at this point, based on the evidence that's presented thus far, I can't really draw the conclusion or make an inference that this idea of what happened that day is planted in her mind. I just can't. And I also think it's very, very, very important to keep in mind that before the trial ever started, Kevin Reddington, who is Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney, went to the Commonwealth. And what he wanted to do was stipulate to the murders. Lindsay would stipulate that she murdered Cora, Dawson, and Callan on January 24th, 2023. And what he wanted to do was get directly to the portion of the trial presenting evidence regarding sanity or insanity. That's what he wanted to do. And again, I have to point out, look at what an incredible advocate for his client, Kevin Reddington, is. Okay. I mean, he's pointed out to the jury many times that he had to get a court order for Lindsay to even, for Dr. Zeisel to even be able to go to the hospital to see her at so excuse me. Oh, hold on. And I'll ask this question again. If you're a defense attorney, put yourself in Kevin Reddington's shoes, okay? Your client is Lindsay Clancy, okay? He was retained and paid for by Lindsay's parents, okay? You're a seasoned, very experienced defense attorney. Which defense would be easier for a jury to understand and accept? Psychosis or alternate suspect? Was basement heard on the audio? Asks Let Go 747. Here's the thing. The 911 audio has not been played, or was not played publicly for the public, I should say. It was played in open court. However, when that audio was played from the 911 call, the streaming, there was no audio. They muted. So we didn't get to hear it. All we can rely on, respective to what was said, is the reports from people who were inside the courtroom listening to the audio being played and what they are reporting was said on that audio. Where just because of, hold on a second. Okay, Nate. All right, I got it. It's do what you need to do. It's cool. Here's the thing. My source was East Idaho News. First of all, I like Nate Eaton, but also I found him to be a very consistently reliable source. So that's what I based the transcript, if you will, of the 911 call. And the word basement is in that transcript. So there you have it. That's the best we have right now. All right, let's keep playing.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you Exhibit 40, is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and then I started unlocking the knob.
Okay. So there's the whole looking out the window. All right. Is it possible that Patrick sensed something was very off? Like, and felt very off. And maybe because of that feeling, he second guessed seeing Lindsay's car. Like maybe he thought, when I pulled into the driveway, I did see her car. But then when I called around and the house was silent, maybe I just am so used to seeing her car, I imagined it. So we went to the window to double check. I don't see anything particularly nefarious in him looking out the window. There have been times when I know somebody will ask me a question in chat about a case, right? And I know the answer, and I know the answer, but I will still go Google the answer because I second guess myself. Mostly that has to do with me. It's a me thing. I worry about inadvertently giving out the wrong information. I like to keep it as factual as I can. But even though there's a rational part of me that knows that I'm telling them the right answer, I will still go check. There's no reason for me to take the time to Google, but I do it anyway. Maybe that's what happened here. Because he came into that house, and for me, this is my perception of this evidence, right? And I consider myself to be a fairly intuitive person as far as getting vibes or feeling energy in situations and from people, okay? And I cannot imagine that there wasn't some, I don't know another better way to phrase this, but some vibe in that house that something was very wrong. That when you have a home with children in it, it's noisy. And I'm speaking from personal experience. I've raised 4 children. And I can tell you that like time sort of braces you or gets you ready or prepares you in a way for your children growing up and moving out, because, as they get older, as they're not around, as teenagers, they're frequently gone, but they come back. What nobody really prepares you for, even though people talk about it, until you experience it for yourself, you don't know. But at this time, I'm an empty nester. all of my children have moved out. They all have their own places, all the things, right? Just what everybody usually does, right? The silence in the house, sometimes there are times when I can take it. And then there are other times when I really miss my kids and the silence is sort of unbearable. That's not the same. So when you leave a home, right, to go to the CVS, to go to the 3V, and the kids are awake and they're playing and it's noisy because kids are noisy. They just create noise. And you come home to absolute silence, that's got to feel weird. It's got to. And I think that's why he went to the window to check. I think, and the locking of the door. One could argue, if the argument is that this was planned, right? If you believe that this was planned and that she wasn't in a state of psychosis, one would lock the door because you don't want to be stopped. You don't want to be interrupted. Yeah. You know that the CVS is this far away, and you do get a call, so you have some idea of where Patrick is at what time, and then he's still got to go to 3V, but you have zero. But then he's at 3V, but you have zero knowledge of how long of a wait it will be for Patrick to get that food, so you don't really exactly know how much time you have to take your own life, which is what she was doing upstairs in that bedroom. So if you don't want to be interrupted in the middle of it, what do? You lock the door. One could make that argument. I do, LSU Tiger. I absolutely am familiar with the case of Andrea Yates. So it's conceivable that that's why she did it. And I've made this argument before. Even if you believe if you believe that Lindsay was in a state of psychosis, okay, the brain inside of Lindsay's head is still the same brain. Okay. The brain inside of Lindsay's brain knows all the things that it's always known. And while in a state of psychosis, you are capable of doing something irrational. At the same time, you're capable of doing things that would, from the outside, appear to be a rational thing. If I'm not mistaken, speaking of Andrea Yates, if I am not mistaken, I believe that Andrea Yates locked the bathroom door in between taking each child into the bathroom, where she drowned them in the tub. And I don't think that I don't think that there are very many people who don't believe that Andrea Yates was truly psychotic in a state of postpartum psychosis when she murdered her children. So there are things, if you break down each individual action, that will appear to be rational, yet you can be in a state of psychosis and also do things that are irrational. So I think truly, first of all, I think it's important to note that we don't have all of the information in this case. There are still things that we don't know and that we might learn. All of the evidence isn't in for the Commonwealth, and all of the evidence hasn't even been presented by the defense. I think it's going, for me personally, it's going to come down to a battle of experts. And I don't mind the opinions and the different theories. I do personally, I'm not a huge fan of accusing Patrick because he's not the one that's on trial. And So if you're going to have that theory, I would like for you guys to please be respectful of each other's opinions in the chat. Not that anybody's not being, just please, I would appreciate that. If you would do that, it makes it so much easier. We do not have all of the evidence in yet. We don't. They for sure, NG says, they for sure cannot prove without reasonable doubt to convict her of first-degree murder. There's way too many inconsistencies in the timeline and testimonies of the events on Patrick's part. All right. Let's finish up listening to this, because then we still have to go back. Okay. So for right now, we're listening to the events of the 24th. Then after we're done with this, we're going to go back to his testimony at the beginning, because I'm very curious about the medicine collection and storage in the truck.
Okay. And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo now.
It may be admitted.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
What's the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Okay, Samantha asks, Jen, does an Apple Watch stop working when the heart stops? You mean, does it stop working completely, or does it stop measuring? Obviously, if you have no heartbeat, then it won't, there's no heartbeat to measure. So in that essence, yes, but no, it doesn't stop working because your heart stops. It continues to work. If you're wearing an Apple Watch and your heart stops, the Apple Watch will keep working. And it would record your heart stopping, but it would still keep working. Maria, no, I'm live, but the testimony is not live. This is testimony from the very first day of trial. We're just going back and taking a look.
Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
No, there's no testimony today. The trial resumes Monday. I mean, I would imagine the reason that she would remove the Apple Watch prior to cutting her wrist is because it would be in the way, which is on its face a rational decision, right? And that's where people are really going to have, and it's me, I'm people, And that's where it's going to come down to the expert testimony to explain these seemingly rational behaviors that are coexisting with what the defense is claiming is psychosis, the most irrational you can be.
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface.
All right, now I understand sort of why the Commonwealth felt it necessary felt it necessary to put the detective on this, or the Massachusetts State Police, who's in charge of the case, on the stand yesterday to show the video footage from inside of the bedroom. Because, look, the Commonwealth, Patrick is a problem for the Commonwealth, okay? And here's why. Because Patrick has publicly supported Lindsay and publicly doesn't understand why she's even on trial for this, particularly the charge of first degree murder, okay? And also, to be fair to Patrick, you know, we've learned that Patrick is one of the people who testified at the grand jury proceedings. All right. Now, you're summoned, and a summons to testify by a court, by a judge, is not a request. It is a demand. If you don't go, you face consequences. All right. Like Big Worm says, there's consequences if you don't show up. So they can't, and he's also a victim. So they risk the victim by pressing too hard, by being too rough, by pressing him on some of these potential inconsistencies. Then they risk having the jury feel some type of way. And the fact of the matter is, yes, in an ideal set of circumstances, the jury would put every single emotion, they would go in there aside, no feeling, no nothing, purely analytical, and analyze, inspect, and listen to all of the testimony, all of the evidence, right? Take all of their emotions, their thoughts, everything out of it, right? But juries don't exist like that. They are human beings. And if they feel some type of way about the attorneys, then even if they aren't, they likely don't consciously base the weight of the testimony from a witness on the way that the witness was treated by either side. They don't likely do that consciously, but it's an unconscious thing. So you'd like to try to avoid that. And this, exactly, Katie, this is an excellent point. In his mind, it was quote unquote sprayed everywhere. That's what it looks like to people that aren't used to crime scenes. When you see blood, look, there are people who use everywhere. Okay. I've been through this personally. I have come in to the house after like being gone or whatever, and we were it's not really potty training. Dogs don't use, housebreaking our puppy who's passed away. This was a long time ago. Anywho, and I would ask my husband, hey, how did he do today? And my husband would say, well, you have arrived at the perfect time. There's poop everywhere, right? Literally use the words, there's poop everywhere. I would go in to where he directed me that there was poop everywhere, thinking that there was going to be some type of, I don't know, poop everywhere. Literally, it's a little pile of poop that a puppy makes. It's not everywhere. It's one pile. So again, I don't know that I don't really know what their terms are. What terms they're in right now. LG asks, so are they on amicable terms, or he just doesn't think she'd be charged with murder one? What we know is that he's not visited her. He doesn't take her phone calls, any of that stuff. Okay. So are they amicable? I suppose amicable might be, but she's, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Exactly. Like the dog just completely lost every level. It was like a series of fortunate events, and it's really just a regular normal size puppy poop. Okay. So I think it depends on the person and how they describe things. Her then showing this crime scene footage of the video footage of the master bedroom does nothing for me one way or the other. It doesn't answer anything to me at all. And I don't think it answers anything for the jury.
I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Sorry. Should the jury be allowed to see her not bawling in court? Imagine that. Everyone would be saying she is heartless. This is an issue. Okay. This works both ways. There is not allowed in a courtroom to be any level of outbursts. Okay. If she were crying silently, meaning all you could see is the tears, right? That would be one thing. It's the audible that is what caused there to be an interruption. Defendants and people in the audience cry all the time. It happens in courts, particularly the families of the victims or victim. In that case, when there's medical examiner testimony, etc., there's crying, but the judge will admonish the gallery and everybody in the courtroom about an audible outburst. And so it wasn't just that she was crying, it was that the sobs were loud, and and then she said audibly, I can't do this. No blame assigned, no judgment assigned to this. I'm purely going off of it causes a disruption in the courtroom because it distracts the jurors from actually who's on the witness stand and listening to their testimony, which is what they're supposed to be doing. And it causes the jury then to focus on Lindsay. Had she just been sitting there crying, but there was no sounds, it would have been different. Okay. And so there we go. Hold on, let me see what else. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, wait, where is that question? Lionheart says, was he having an affair? We don't know. We don't know. And for trial purposes, right? What would be the advantage for either side? Let's say he was, just for argument's sake. Okay, this is just purely for discussion. All right. For discussion's sake, let's say he was having an affair. What would be the advantage for either side to bring that out? If you're the Commonwealth and the defense is presenting mental health and trying to get Lindsay help, then you have Dr. Gelato, who testified that when she suggested to Patrick and Lindsay that Lindsay might be bipolar. And you have Patrick saying, my wife isn't bipolar. And then the Commonwealth brings out that Patrick was having an affair. It doesn't work in any advantageous way for the Commonwealth to bring that out, because it gives potential motive, right? But it also makes the jury empathetic and sympathetic, as if Patrick, there was many things contributing to her mental health, right? To the state of her mental health. If you're the defense, same thing. You bring out an affair, right? And it gives her motive. So even if he were having an affair, neither side is going to bring that out. And by the way, this is an affirmative defense, so there's not going to be an alternate suspect theory. An affirmative defense, again, is Lindsay admitting that she murdered the children. So what would be the point of bringing out an affair anyway? There wouldn't be. So we're not going to get to that. We're not going to have that. We're not going to have that evidence. That's one of those questions that's probably not going to be resolved. I don't think there's anything really more than, I kind of want to see. Hold on. There is one thing I want to see. Hold on. I want to see if this is just his direct examination or all of it. This says Patrick's, because I remember there being a back and forth about the email. Don't you guys, in his testimony? But I can't remember now if it was let's see. I don't. Okay. Well, let's go to the medications. Here. Because this is where the testimony is going to be. Why am I? Oh, let me end the poll. Let's end the poll. We'll talk about that, and then we'll get into the everything else. All right. So looking at the poll. Hold on a second. Doing too many things at one time and not doing anything good at the same time. All right, so let's go over here. And the reason why I wanted to do this stream or this part of it is because, damn it, hold on. This is not what I wanted. Hold on a minute. Now I can't find the right tab. This is not the one. This is the one I want. All right. So thank you, Kimmy. Here's the deal. Let's look at the poll. Then we'll talk about the medicines. All right. So the poll question was, do you believe Lindsay was in a state of psychosis or planned this? There's 190 votes. 84% believe she was in a state of psychosis and 16% believe that she planned this. Okay. Now, let me do the other poll. And this is where now I understand what you guys are asking or what your terms are. So let's start another poll. So let's see. We'll do one for, is Lindsay guilty? Of first degree. Then we'll do not guilty by reason of insanity. That's NGRI. And then we will use factually innocent as soon as I can learn how to type, apparently. All right, there's the poll. There we go. All right, now, for me, these are where my questions are. My questions are about the medications that Patrick Clancy had in his truck. When were those medications collected by him? Why were those medications collected by him? I have questions about that. Okay. So this is the tab, right? Yes. Let's close this tab. This way I don't get confused. Because some of the testimony that happened Wednesday and Thursday has given me quite a bit of pause. Okay. So we learn Wednesday, right, that through a court order, Kevin Reddington had a doctor, psychiatrist come and speak to Lindsay Clancy. Okay. Kevin, this court order, according to Google AI, happened at the beginning of February. All right. And when Dr. Zeisel visited Lindsay at the hospital, there was a phone call made by Lindsay to Patrick using Dr. Zeisel's phone. And according to the, it's really not, is sort of the testimony, but also the questions asked by Reddington. According to that whole debacle, right? That is when Lindsay told Patrick she heard voices. And the defense attorney, Reddington, says that Patrick Clancy reported the call to law enforcement and maybe testified to the call during his grand jury testimony, right? And that, but he didn't talk about the substance beyond just that Lindsay reported in that phone call that she was hearing voices. Okay. And then and then the state, through learning of this, has twisted those events into the theory that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to tell that to Patrick as sort of laying the groundwork for the defense theory. Okay. Oh, you want subtitles? Okay, hold on. They're on. The closed captioning is on. But I cannot add subtitles to the live chat. I'm sorry. All right. I can't. It does upload after the fact, though. Which I'll type that answer in Spanish in a minute. So that's the theory. So then I could not, and I still don't understand Patrick's thought process behind reporting that phone call, because at the very beginning of all of this, right, on the 24th of January, law enforcement was stationed at Lindsay Clancy's outside of her hospital room at both hospitals. So they were there at the initial, and then when she was initially, and then when she was transferred. And when she was transferred, there was an officer that rode with her in the life flight. Okay. Lindsay Clancy was undeniably in custody. Period. All right. So I could not understand, and Patrick was aware of this as well. In fact, Patrick would have known, first of all, that they were investigating her because they interviewed him. So I don't understand why Patrick told law enforcement about this call. I don't understand Patrick's thought process. Did he report that she was here? He report to law enforcement that she was hearing voices? And obviously that's what she reported in this call. But did he tell law enforcement about the call because he thought in some way he was helping her? Lindsay said she was hearing voices. You shouldn't be investigating her at all. This is very cut and dry. I need you to, Irish Jen, can you be more specific? What qualifications are for each of these in the poll? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand what you're asking me. I don't understand that. I don't understand the medications. I want to listen to his testimony about that. So let's listen to that really quick. And you guys, Amelia says, yes, I'm really unable to vote. I have major doubts she did it, but nothing completely factual. First of all, let me just assuage you. Okay. This is completely anonymous. It doesn't tell me how anybody voted. All right. Also, your vote in the poll will not be used against you in a court of law. Okay. And understanding that however you vote in the poll today, based on new evidence, you are subject to change your mind. Those are all of my disclosures. Okay. You don't, just because you voted one way today, and I do another poll or at the end at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, nobody's going to know how you voted anyway, and you can change your mind. Okay. But this is the poll I was asked to put up. So I put the poll up. You don't have to vote if you don't want to. All right, let's listen to the testimony.
And were some of these medications that she came home with, some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct? And were after switching during that time frame?
I don't.
Social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to...
Oh, wait a minute. I knew there was a reason I rewound that. Now I have to rewind it again. Let me hear the question and the answer about Letitia Dukes.
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
Letitia Duke, a nurse practitioner, that long she saw. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
This is interesting to me, and this is why I'm saying the Commonwealth has to play Patrick very, very carefully, okay? Because we don't know it now in what order they're coming, but so we didn't know it then on the first day of trial, right? There's a witness list, but we don't know what order they're going to be called in, blah, 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 right? But now we know today that Letitia Dukes was called, and part of her testimony was about therapy. And that not only was part of her testimony about therapy sessions, Patrick talked to Letitia Dukes. Maybe he just doesn't remember her name, but the Commonwealth knows this. But you see how they're choosing not to press him on this? That's why. Because he's a victim, and they have to treat him carefully in front of the jury.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be a bit of a
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over.
Okay. Also, yes, Letitia Dukes. Yeah, I just misspoke. I'm sorry, LG. Yes, Letitia Dukes does end up testifying. But on the first day of trial, we knew she was going to testify. We just didn't know what order she was going to testify in. And I didn't know the substance of her testimony, but the Commonwealth did. They knew what they were going to ask her. They had her they had her notes, they had her records, they had the documents. Irish Jen asks, what are the conditions behind each verdict? Like, what does it mean if we would think she is factually innocent? I don't know what what NGRI is. Okay. So the conditions behind the poll are this: guilty of first-degree murder. That's what she's been charged with. NGRI is not guilty by reason of insanity. Factually innocent. There are people in the chat who believe and on the internet, factually innocent means that she didn't even kill the children. Somebody else did. That's what factually innocent means. Those are the conditions. Does that help?
Over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
KT says, wonder where the pill grinder was. She grinded so it hit the bloodstream faster. Yeah, okay. You can use anything to crush pills. You know. She could have used the bottom of that cup that the pills were found in. We don't know that. Wouldn't it be better if the jurors had an option for guilty by reason of insanity, and the punishment would determine a specified minimum time in a mental facility? So, no. Because when the jurors go back to the deliberation room, they're only going to be asked to determine whether or not she is guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay? That's it. That's on the jury form. They're not to base their verdict on what the potential sentence is for first-degree murder or not guilty by reason of insanity. And that's in every case. So a jury, let's say in a murder case, has the choice of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter. They're not to base their verdict on what the potential sentence is for first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter. They're only supposed to base their verdict on the evidence. And in murder cases, in murder trials where it is up to the jury to decide penalty, sentencing, right? First, there's the guilt phase. So they got to find him guilty. And then they deliberate between the sentence, whether it's going to be life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty or life with the possibility of parole. But they're not to base their verdict on that. That's after the guilt or innocence phase happens. All right.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelada said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Okay, this is interesting to me because I'm glad we went back and listened to this, because if you just do a Google search, Google will tell you that nobody told Patrick to collect those medications. But he's saying Rebecca Gelada did. Now, I don't remember if Rebecca Gelada was asked about that. I don't think she was, but it's interesting. That's why you have to double check. So now I'm interested in, now that we know that his testimony is that now that we know that Patrick's testimony is that Rebecca Gelada is the one who told him that they could be collected and disposed of, turned over to the police at the police department. Pharmacies do it too, which Rebecca Gelada would have known, but whatever. And then I'm curious who the lawyer is. And the reason I'm curious about who the lawyer is because the drawer medications, the medications inside of the drawer in the nightstand next to the bed in the master bedroom, those medications we learned were found and collected by Mr. Reddington, and Mr. Reddington offered to turn them over to the police. So I want to know if Mr. Reddington is the same attorney that told Patrick to turn these over, the truck medication, we'll call. Ava asks, I haven't been able to watch it all. Can she be recalled? Rebecca Gelada? She can be recalled. Sure. She could be recalled, or she can be called as she would only be recalled if she was called by the state, but she can be called by the defense.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription.
See, and this is all the state is focused on, is how many pills were prescribed versus how many pills are taken. So if,
Prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay.
And there you have it. See, you see how Patrick, and this is not a negative thing, right? Patrick is trying to give context around the pills. Why they're not all gone, right? Because there were adjustments. So when there would be an adjustment made, then she wouldn't take it. But then a new prescription would be issued. But here's my question. This has been stuck in my craw for a hot minute, but I don't think I'm going to get resolution. And it actually doesn't mean anything in the overall scheme of things. It's just, I don't understand some of Patrick's thinking. And what I don't understand is if Patrick was trying to not have a bunch of medications laying around the house, right? And he gathered up all of the old medications. So the medications that were in Patrick's truck, we'll call these the truck medications, are medications that were prescribed from September, which with Dr. Tufts, to November. Okay. When did he collect these? And remember, we're talking about January of 2024. So, January 24th of 2023. So if you rounded up all of these medications, then why didn't you dispose of them? And here is the list of medications. And she didn't start seeing Rebecca Gelada until December, right? That's her, the end of November 30th. Okay. So why didn't you dispose of those? You have all the way until January 24th. What were you doing riding around with a bunch of pills in your car? Because I hate to break it to you, Patrick, but if you'd have been pulled over with those pills in your car, you would have been in trouble. Okay. Particularly, especially the benzos. Because the cops if you'd have been pulled over and they asked to search your vehicle and they came up with all those benzos, the first thing the officers are going to ask you is, what are you doing with these? I mean, this goes back to November where, if it had been immediate, right, it'd be different. Okay. So there's that. Those are the questions that I have respective to Patrick. I don't understand the thought process. And one thing that I don't understand, and I think this is probably the biggest question that I have in the thought process. It's not that I'm blaming him. All right. Because I don't think Patrick had anything to do with this. There's no evidence that's been presented at this point that leads me to believe that. Okay. That he had anything to do with this. And I've already stated my reasons why I don't think that. But one of the thought process that I'm trying to understand the most is there is a time that Patrick, according to Patrick's testimony, that Lindsay said that she did have a thought of hurting the children. And I just want to understand his thought process behind not reporting that. Because I think one of the sort of subtle implications that the Commonwealth made when they were asking Patrick about medications, about prescribers and therapists, etc., was sort of like they were sort of low key implying that Lindsay kept all this stuff as kind of a secret from Patrick. That Patrick knew some of it, but not all of it, and didn't find out all of it until after all of this happened, right? Until after the 24th of January of 2023. That was like the low key implication. I just am trying to, but then we learned through the testimony from these different providers that they did have interactions with Patrick. And at no time did Patrick ever report that thought. And I don't understand that thought process. And I just want to understand the why he didn't. It doesn't, in the overall scheme of the trial, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make Patrick responsible. He's not culpable. I just don't understand why he didn't report any of that. I just don't understand it. That's it. That's all.
Outstanding.
There's literally that I could say about that. I'm sure Patrick questions himself about that all the time, every day. So I think that I just want to understand his thought process. That's all. I mean, I kind of think that likely what he thought was there is no set of circumstances that could ever occur that would make Lindsay hurt those children. So I think while it probably was like, what, probably concerning that she was thinking that way, I don't think that he thought that a set of circumstances existed that would cause that Lindsay would ever hurt the children, right? So I do think that one of the takeaways from this case is that there are circumstances that could potentially exist that would make an otherwise good mother, loving mother, parent, let's say parent, because men have mental health issues too. And men do experience bringing a new baby home, and then, for the first time, being a first-time parent, then bringing a new baby home as the second child, and then bringing a new baby home as the third child. Every member of that household, including men, go through a bit of change, a bit of an adjustment. And it can be very difficult for men to express that, and they go through their own set of circumstances and issues when their partner or their wife has a baby. Women go through, obviously it's very physical, we have hormones, all the things, right? But I think men's mental health should be checked in on also, like it's just as important. And I think so what I will say is that I think for humans, I think one of the takeaways is that there are circumstances respective to mental illness that can occur within a human being who would otherwise be a loving, caring, protective parent that could result in the parent taking the life of the child or the children. And so when somebody says that they have a thought of hurting their children, it should be listened to and it should be taken seriously. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. Irish Jen says, my mom drove around with my dad's old medicine for about 3 months after he died before she dropped them off. I mean, that's understandable, but it's also a different set of circumstances. Patrick's issue was he wanted to not have a bunch of medication laying and accessible to Lindsay or anybody else in the house. That's why he was carrying them in. That's why he had them in his truck. What I'd really like to know is if there will ever be testimony specifically about exactly when Patrick gathered up those medications and put them in his truck. Because if you ask Google AI, the answer I got yesterday was he did it on the day of the murders, which would be sometime January 24th of 2024. And I don't know where he got that. I mean, he could have, okay. He could, like, logically, he could have done this. However, never do this. You should never flush medications. Pharmacies have drop-offs. If you have medication that is expired or whatever the case is, and you want to have it disposed of, please call your local fire department or police department, and they will tell you how to safely dispose of your medications. Never, 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 ever, ever, ever flush them down the toilet. Please. What did I say? I'm at 2023. I'm sorry, Tess. Yes, there. Google AI. If you Google out and ask, when did Patrick Clancy gather up old medications and put them in his truck, Google will tell you January 24th, 2023, sometime on January 24th, 2023. Sorry. I'm sorry, I misspoke, and I apologize. It's hard. Sometimes you get that 24th and then 2024, like your brain just, or my brain anyway. It is 2023, correct? Because he turned them over in February of 2023. All right. So there you have it. I think we're good. Testimony resumes Monday in the Lindsay Clancy case. However, Lindsay Clancy's case is not the only one that's going on currently. Right now, we have Alec Murdaugh. There was a pretrial hearing. I'll go watch that and maybe talk about that this weekend. Also, for those of you who followed Sarah Boone, again, this is not like today or yesterday, it's been a minute, but very recently, like I think at the beginning of this month, has written the Sarah Booneiest of all the Sarah Boone letters to date at this time, respective to her and to her attorney, that we need a break from, we need a moment. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much again, Sam. Hiding. Maybe. Oh, really, Tam? I'm going to follow that one. I'm committed to covering this trial till its conclusion. So I do want to cover the Tupac trial, but I got to wait. And I can only do one thing at a time, man. You see how much I buffer when I try to multitask, for the love of Pete. So thank you, Sam, again. So once the Lindsay Clancy trial has concluded, I'll likely switch over to covering the trial for the murder of Tupac, because I do like Tupac a lot, and I'd like to see the resolution. So yes, I'm going to do Sarah Boone this weekend, because quite honestly, this is such a heavy case, and they're all heavy cases. So I need to take a minute, take a step back, so that I can maintain my objectivity. And that is what I'm going to do. Tam says, and you're not wrong about this, Tam Rock says, this trial is so divisive. Let me say this, okay? And I think this is important to say for everybody, right? We do need a little levity. Tess, you're right. There are some very, very important topics, bigger conversations that need to happen because of this trial. I don't think that there are people, I don't think anybody would argue that we in the United States of America have an issue. Our healthcare system, including our mental health care system, needs work. Okay. I don't think anybody would disagree. Don't think anybody would disagree that there are problems, people have fallen through the cracks, etc. Right? I don't think anybody would disagree about that. And I want everybody also to keep in mind that the evidence that's being presented at this trial is the evidence, right? The evidence is the evidence. It's the perception of the evidence. It's the takeaway from the evidence that people see differently. Okay. And it's fine to we don't have to agree on everything all the time. And what a boring world it would be if everybody agreed on everything. Like, I like that you guys are in the chat. You're talking about your theories, your how you're perceiving the evidence, what you think the evidence says, what you don't think. It's all of that. And I like that everybody's different. I don't want an echo chamber. If it was an echo chamber, I'd be bored out of my gourd. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Remember that. Remember that. Tess says, the hope is there is a closer look at the flaws in our medical system. You're right. This is exposing some major flaws. And if you think about it, okay, Lindsay Clancy had good insurance, you guys. Can you imagine what people who have not great insurance or no insurance? Because there's that gap that people fall into, right? There are people that their income is such that it's either zero or low, and they qualify for state help with respect to seeing, healthcare and mental health care. Okay. But then there are the people who fall in between. They don't make enough to pay for insurance, or it's not provided, so they can't, like, they work for themselves or what have you, right? Or they can't afford, they work for a smaller company. And so because the more people that are employed, right, the bigger the discount is for insurance through your employer, right? Small company, bigger payout, right? Or it costs more. So then there are those people who make too much to qualify for state assistance in healthcare and mental health care, but they don't make enough really to pay for health insurance for themselves. So if there's this many, if this is exposing the deficiencies in our mental health and healthcare system with a person who has great insurance, and Patrick has said many times, he did testify that he would have, that cost was not an obstacle. He would have paid anything that was necessary to get Lindsay Clancy help, to get his wife help. He would have paid anything. If it's exposing the deficiencies in a case where somebody has great insurance and access to money outside of insurance, can you imagine what it would be like for people who don't have access to insurance or great insurance, or their state-funded insurance, or not state-funded insurance, but you know what I'm saying? Can you imagine how many of what the cracks look like for them that they're falling through? All right. No, absolutely not, Tanya. Nope. If you're in legal trouble, if you need an attorney, do not call me. I cannot help you. I just am a trial watcher. I followed trials for a very long time, and I do a ton of research to understand legal terms and terminology. These are just my opinions for entertainment purposes and the purposes of discussion only. They are not legal advice at all, ever. Absolutely not. All right. So, anywho, you guys, I'm tired. You're tired. We need a little break. I'll be live this weekend with Sarah Boone doing a dramatic reading. And if you've never heard me do a dramatic reading, it is, people say they like it. So check it out. All right. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Please be sure to give me a thumbs up, thumbs down on the stream. I would appreciate it very much if you want to come back and hype the video or I'd appreciate that as well. If you're on replay, please, if you made it to this point, you're doing fantastic. Thank you so much. Please like or dislike the stream and also hype it for me. That would make my day. I'd appreciate it very, very much. Also, I want to thank the mods because I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I could not do this without you. I appreciate it. And also thank you to the chat. Thank you all for being cool. Thank you for chatting with one another, debating with one another, but not being being a-holes to one another. I appreciate that too. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, the poll. I forgot the poll. Let me end the poll. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot. See? This is why I need to get off of here. I mean, it's my own dadgub channel, and I forgot that I even gave you guys a poll. Let's see. Let's end this poll and see what's going on. All right. End poll. All right. I swear if I end this poll and I get 50-50, you guys are all going to be in big trouble. All right. Here we go. So here's the poll results. Is Lindsay factually innocent? 51% feel that that's the case. Not guilty by reason of insanity. 34%. Guilty of first degree. 15%. The 188 people having voted. There you have it. All right, you guys. Thank you so much. And I shall see you all this weekend. Hopefully you join me for Sarah Boone. I would appreciate it very, very much. And of course, I'm streaming the trial every single day live. I stay an hour behind so that we can skip through like super long sidebars, morning break, lunch, and afternoon break. Okay, so I start streaming at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. That's 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you are looking for a cool chat to hang out in while you watch the trial, please consider this channel. All right. Love to have you guys. All right. Have a great rest of your Friday. Take it easy, and I'll see you this weekend. Bye.